Hello. Okay, another day. Another good day to work and stream? Maybe. I guess so. So, what are we going to do today? We left last stream when we were doing a bandit for our first level. And in the first level, the bandit is the first thing you encounter. He's maybe the easiest enemy in the game, and we're supposed to have this guy in the game to have an easy tutorial enemy. So he's supposed to be the tutorial. So we made this bandit, and the bandit has been drawn. He has been rigged, and he's ready for animation and coding. So we are ready to go with the bandit. So the next thing is the first scene. There is farmer or a friendly farmer who's sent by a mage to you, who's going to warn you about people who are scattered in the area and they are trying to kill you for your bounty. Because you're a vampire, you have a bounty on your head from the start, and this guy comes to you and gets killed by the bandit. So this is what we are going to start with. This is a template for general guys in the game. We are going to change this guy quick into a guy who gets killed in the first 5 minutes of the game, just for the tutorial to have there's an incident, a scene playing. So how we are going to do this? We're going to modify him real quick because he's not very important. He's going to be in the tutorial, yes. So we need to have to at least put some effort into him. But there's no attacks, there's no special interactions or very very hard animations that we have to play with him. So this guy is going to be really easy. So we don't have to actually do too much work. If we try to put too much work into this guy, we lose because we don't have time for this. So let's start with Y and also sort our forks, which is very important. We're going to start to look at our to-do list. So we have a to-do list here in Excel. And I'm going to start. Okay, Excel is finished loading. We're going to start with this. This is all part of skill 0. What we are going is part of skill 0. We're going to pick up the skill in the beginning in the tutorial, and the restructuring of the first 5 minutes is part of the skill 0. Why is there a new skill 0? There's a skill which you can pick up at the start, which determines which kind of magic you use to fight. And this you can choose from 2 options, and we have set up both. Both are set up. And before it was you had the magic from the start, and it was kind of weird that you would just have it from the start. You could use it, and the player was not very engaged with the character from just having this attack. Okay, you have to use it. This is how you play the game. But now he can actually he now has to bite the first enemy you encounter. You have a bite from the start because you're a vampire, but that makes sense. And then you learn magic by biting your first enemy and then picking up an artifact. And this artifact lets you choose between 2 abilities. And this whole process is just to make the player more engaged into your game. And this is how you make it the philosophy behind the game is a game is a sequence of interesting choices. So if you have abilities from the start which you did not choose, you just have them, it's not as engaging if you pick up your starting options. This is why you can also at the start pick your gender. There's a male and female version of the character, and it doesn't change anything, but you have a choice, and maybe it changes the feeling a bit. And this is all very important. The more choices you make at the start, the more likely is that you will like the game and play through it. If you have the feeling like, okay, the game actually lets me do something and does not pick things for me. This is very important. So, what's the skill 0? There's a whole lot of things that we still have to do for this, and we are going to do them all this stream. Can't have another delay on that one. First we have to change the old cat into this bandit. Bandit dialogue will change. We're first going to create a friendly guy. For now I think of him as a farmer. Who gets sent by a mage to you to warn you. He's going to help you. And then the voice in your head, there's a voice in your head which instructs you to kill the bandit and how. And the voice in your head is actually the count who did make you into a vampire. He wants to test you. He wants you to kill people and to become stronger this way, because he wants to test his new servant. If his servant is not worthy, he will get rid of him. So this is all part of a big drama that is going on in the game. Then we have to implement our new skill that we implemented. We have to make images for the new skill. We're going to put this out. This is going to become our next task right after drawing the new friendly farmer. Because once we start drawing, we have another drawing to do, and we can do both tasks after each other. Don't split your tasks if you have to draw a code. Rearrange your task so you have to draw, code, if possible. It's also always more effective just to basically do the same thing for a longer time. And then we have to add the old skill that we would have gotten at this part of the game to some other area. This has to go. So I was thinking about a change after the first scene in the scene that comes after that, but this can go because the bandit kills your friend. The bandit then tells you he has come for you because of the bounty for your head. He wants to get rich with that money. Then you're going to assume that everybody else that you encounter and says they have come for your bounty are going for the selfish needs to get that money and get rich. So here's what we will do. Instead of the bandit dialogue telling that he has stolen this artifact and it is his now, it's going to be like this. Well, the dialogue tells that he is going to be rich with bounty. To be a little bit short here because I don't want to write too much now, but in short, he wants to get rich with your bounty. This is his character motivation, and you will kill him with your bite after that. So I think this is This is all that we have to do today. Good. Now we can look at our whole list of things that we want to do for our game. We see the list. This is a big list, and there's a lot of tasks, and a lot of tasks here are actually very short. And we have to think about what is a big task and what not. And then I want to rearrange these tasks a little bit, because it's always a little bit important to have in mind. I want to patch very soon. I want to patch it this week. So how do am I going to rearrange these tasks? How I'm going to rearrange them so that I can patch this week. Let's see. Skill 0. This is what we are going to do today, and we have to finish this today. Maybe I will be finished at 4 AM. Doesn't matter. Oh no. Can't be finished at 4 AM. We will do everything except for recording dialogue, because I can't record dialogue in the night. It will get me into trouble. This can be very loud. This recording dialogue is something that I have to do in the daytime. So, we will nearly complete this task today. Then, we will have a skill change. There's a blood magic in the game right now, which functions a little bit like a shotgun. So you use this blood magic. If you are very close to an enemy, it does a lot of damage, and if you're very far away, it nearly does no damage. And right now, you spawn just a magic pack, a projectile, a big projectile, and it gets smaller over time. So it communicates that it will do less damage, and then it disappears. The problem with that is from its design not flawed. It's perfectly fine. It's the shotgun effect. You see what it does, but it's not spectacular. It's not a fun ability. It's only fun in your head because you think it's a shotgun, but it doesn't look nice in the game. So I've sit there and thought, like, how do we make this ability work better? I want to have an effect that really looks like a shotgun, like some spectacular shotgun. So the first thing is, of course, you have a bullet spread, multiple bullets, spread them out. But since we're in a 2D game, and also because most of the bullets would just hit nothing, I did not like that idea. Thought about the different types in my hand. I'm also thinking right now, but I didn't like that as much, as I like to have just explosion come out of your hand. So you reach out with your arm, and in front of your arm extends an explosion, which will do a lot of damage and maybe have a little bit of push. Have to experiment with that. It just feels right, but maybe push you also a little bit back, like you really feel the force of this explosion that you are attacking your enemy with. So then we have to check the rest of the skill effects. That's one skill that I might want to redo. This is this is I won't do anything as complex as these two. Actually, the explosion effect is not really hard to code. This is not hard to do. Only hard maybe to make the particle effects and the sounds, but everything else is okay. Then we have a blood border. When you're hit, you see blood around your character. And the current one I'm finding it right now in the game. The current one doesn't look too good. Trying to find it. There's a screen effect. You can see it right here. The current screen effect, if I activate it, you can see it's all white, but it doesn't look too good. Do we do this? And also this effect here, it's not moving at all or something. This makes it a little bit too janky. We'll have to redraw this. So redraw this screen. Will not take too long. Maybe the new one won't be better, but at least give it a try. If I mess up with it again, I will have to do it in the next patch again. Not sure if I want to do that. So, by heartbeat movement, yes. As a UI element, heartbeat, need to try to animate the heart. Try out new main character facial expression, also too important to leave. And the last thing, there's actually something I need to add here. Try out bloom effect or background. Try out bloom effect, like a little bit of bloom for the background. Just adds so much of quality to the game. Because the more bloom effects you add to your backgrounds and the overall map, the more everything looks convincingly nice. And to torches. Torches can also get bloom. Nothing that is maybe a 5 minutes task, maybe a 5-hour task, don't know. New skill videos. We have to re-record some skills that you can pick up. You have videos where you can see what kind of skills you choose. Adjust difficult settings. Yes, there's some attacks which do not use the difficult settings. So there's a difficult setting, normal, hard, easy, and some of the enemies do not use it. Some attacks don't adjust themselves according to the difficulty. So I have to look up with that. I have to look that up, how to adjust it. Maybe it would be a good idea to just adjust this in the hit function. This is a very general purpose function where you could easily adjust the damage. Have to rework the presentation a little bit. Maybe I have here some story rewrites. Also shorter dialogue changes. This will be hard to get in a week, so let's make question mark behind them. We can do them before the patch. Tesla patch, new trailer. So all the tasks here, there's not much which I would say is impossible or hard, not as hard as what we are doing now. Of the complexity. Recording new skill videos just takes up a lot of time because you have to do them over and over again. It's really tedious sometimes. And new trailer. We have to redo the trailer. This might cause some trouble. So here's also the thing. The patch, I might patch between these two steps here. Let's see. Patch. I think this would be a good time to patch, because this is reachable within the next week. This is just overload. I don't think I can do it. So, what are we going to call this patch? Also, when we have made this patch, we have done most of the hard work. After that, there's mostly dialogue changes. Dialogue changes, even though recording dialogue is not easy, takes a lot of time. It's not really hard work compared to coding sessions. Because with the coding sessions, you have a much higher risk of taking way longer than you expect. Coding can take up to 10 times as much as you would expect. Sometimes I code something and I'm done in a day with things that I thought, okay, I have no idea how much it takes. This could take a week, and then I do it in a day and do it even better than I thought. And then I have things like I have been working on skill 0 really long, because then I was adjusting a lot of functions inside of the enemies, which I did not expect to have to be that difficult, and had to go through way more changes in the code than I expected to, so that skill 0 can work. And skill 0 took me 4 or 5 days, and this is something you can't plan for it. So first, how are we going to call this patch? This patch will have a whole bunch of new mechanics. It's basically a new game after this patch. So how are we going to call this patch? I would say revival, but maybe because it's a vampire game, we go a little bit more into something necrotic, or yeah, something that has something to do with undead. So, any idea? Raise the dead. I'm going to Google now to raise the dead synonyms. See. Reawaken. Reconstruct. Recreation. Reanimation. Revivify. Revivify sounds a little bit funny. Use Revivify. In D&D, is Revivify is from necromancy, so Revivify would actually work. I wasn't too much sure if Revivify is really something necrotic. You can look up a little bit in D&D spells of necromancy. That would be a good idea. For ideas for patch notes. Let's look up some necrotic spells. Loading real slow. They're not sorted by their school. D&D 5 necromancy spells. We can see that. And this is just the best of. Dying to the cause field fixed. Reanimation patch. Revivify. Resurrection. Yeah. Resurrection. Look into resurrection. I think resurrection is more like a healing than something like dark revival. Yeah. Tough. Some are dead, some are dead. Okay. So, Googled enough. I think I've decided on name here. Revivify patch going to be the first patch, which is going to be the coming with big changes. I would change switch the name, because the Revivify patch, if this is coming this week, if this is coming this week, next week, then it's more like just an evolution. The evolution is pretty much every game mechanic changed and has improved. And then the next patch, the would be named Revivify, because this is going to be with a new trailer. So you can also swap out having to rework the presentation on social media. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, now we are left with a plan that looks a little bit more doable, because now we have these first paths tasks are going to be very most difficult. Then we have a really easy task, but this is paired with a lot of social media attention. And then we have after trailer reworks, there's going to be another patch, which is going to introduce some new mechanics, going to introduce some new kill animations, which are will be very fun. Also going to have more dialogue rewrites, death animations more, and some ending scenes. So nothing big in the programming aspect, but just scene changes. So the hard work is still here. And yeah, level variations. I want to test out if you can maybe split the tile map of levels and then insert different parts. It will randomly be chosen, so that the levels that you play, if you play them again, are always going to be a little bit different. Don't have to go overboard with this though, and only small changes if possible, because this is very time consuming, and if done wrong, it can completely destroy your game. Oh, this one. Test the new patch. This will really have to move down. I think the question marks are wrong. No. Okay. Oh, still a lot to do today. Let's start. So we're going to start with redrawing this guy. We are going to turn him into a farmer. First, I'm going to draw on a drawing tablet now. I have my keyboard in front of me. I'm going to use a pen, a drawing pen, and let's look at what we want to do. Oh, he has a head, and turn this off to see what is underneath his head. Yeah. Going to close a big to-do list though. Only need this to-do list for today. Just go strictly through this. So we are going to, so we don't have to think about what we do now, and only focus on doing it fast. And speed is of the essence. So we can let's turn off the head. Or what a better idea. Delete the head and give him hair. Rename these two layers from headline to hair. Lines. Lines is for outlines. And the hair color. Okay. So we want to give him hairlines. Outlines. So start drawing. So what is he going to look like? I want to have him a little bit of a bushy look. Because I know there's no other character that has a look like this, and you want to have your characters always be distinct from each other. So I'm gonna try out some styles until I say that's the style I'm going for. Okay. Looking a little bit like Bob Ross. And we made a mistake. This is not completely black. To fix this. First we are going to give him a color and see how it looks like. Because I'm a little bit confused with the underlines, the lines under the hair. I want to make him a little bit black. Very dark hair. Feeling like this. Okay, I think we can go with this. It doesn't look too realistic, but it's enough. You don't have too much time and it works. The most important thing is that he's distinct from other enemies, other figures in the game, and that this is going to work. Even though this is not my normal style, what I would say is a good haircut, but whatever, he's distinct. People are not going to confuse him with any other figure in the game, and that's way more important. So what are you going to do with the hairlines? Is we are going to the color overlay. And make the whole lines red, because they were a little bit of pink before. So next is this mouth beard. I'm going to remove this. He looks a little bit like a Jew, but this wouldn't fit with this background, so we're going to add this part back. Okay, now go for his eyebrow color. Okay, and I think now he should also have some blackish eyes or darker eyes. Okay, like this. This looks good. Maybe he's not a farmer but a shepherd. It looks like a good shepherd. And like Shepherd Sean or something. So let's think. Is he shepherd or is he farmer? I think it comes down to what he's wearing. So you can't have a gambit. This is a gambison. Wearing a gambison right now, and he's not going to wear a gambison in the game. So let's just look what medieval farmers or shepherds look like. Oh, medieval farmer. Hello. Oh. Okay. Good. Remove the horizontal lines here. This gambison. Just make one line. And then into some. What? So I'm going to have to remove the lines underneath this gambison, this kind of Swiss guard style. Maybe we'll have to add this hood here later. Not nice. Oh no, let's not add such a hood. This hood is not nice, easy to animate. Going to be a pain. Yeah, I think we have an idea what farmers are looking like. So let's go for medieval shepherd. What is a shepherd going to look like? So here we have exactly the beard and the hairstyle. A little bit convenient. Also, interestingly, in the medieval illustrations, people wear a lot of this orange color. Now you have to keep in mind that the medieval illustration also have bleached out a little bit, so it might be a really bright orange color that the people were wearing back in the day. At the same time, when we are going to try to reconstruct these images, you have to use the image that the people have in mind now, not how it really was. So going for a really bright orange style. Aside from, we cannot use orange because there's a guard unit in the game which uses orange, so orange is reserved. I'm mostly going for some whitish color. That's not a shepherd. That's not a shepherd. Okay, I don't think I found anything specifically for shepherd. Except for the haircut, there's nothing that's saying distinctively this is a shepherd for me. I don't see a pattern. It's mostly shown by the tools that they use, not by the clothes. At least I don't see that much different from the clothes from the normal farmer. The shepherd. The examples we have, don't see a good way to distinguish those two. Maybe, yeah, this is also a very, very, very interesting shepherd design. I don't want to go for this. But this is also a shepherd that comes into my mind if you think of shepherd. So, shepherd often have these hats. Okay, let's not go for a shepherd. He's going to be a farmer. So, before we move on, we're going to add shading to set. So I'm just going to name the shader to be faster, and then I use black for the shader. This is shader dark. Yep. And let's go for his hair. Let's go for 20%. Then we're going to introduce shader light. Since we are on a black color, we have to use very low strength for our color. I'm gonna look up the word in English. With really low opacity or covering power. You see how strong this white is, even though it only has 4% opacity. Now next is going to be his beard. I'm going to start with the light shader because we still have the settings for the light color. Okay. Okay. Looks like a well maybe some randomness. And he looks like a bearded man. Okay, let's remove the randomness. Yeah, it looks much better without the randomness. Also, let's move down his beard a little bit. This part, because when we want to animate this mouth, we will have to draw some sprites here, and it's easier if his beard is not as close to his mouth. Gonna be a little bit lazy here. Oopsie. Will have to be symmetric. Let's try this out. Yeah, looks alright. Okay, so his head is finished. Save him. The farmer piece B. Now we are going for his upper body. First, we are going to remove his chainmail. We're also going to remove the lines from his gambeson. Okay, going to remove the color and make a new one. Really? Want to keep the color for his belt. This color here is from his legs, not from his body. Parts that we want to paint. And we're going to color here. Less. Just some light gray color. I like this. I think this is fine. Let's add color for his neck. Good. So this color will be most of his body. We will change the color on his legs though. So do we want to shade? Yeah, we're going to change to shade each part. So the thing with the opacity is you can easily add some layers of more blackness. This is why I go for opacity. Instead of picking a dark color, then apply it 100%. Now I can also change how strong the shading is. Okay. Was painting on the wrong layer there. Now we are going to iterate through each body part and do the same changes again. Oh, I want to try something else, really cheap. Yeah, can change the color a little bit faster. If I use a filter on the layer. Yeah. Also, I'm not going to use two shader layers for the next parts, because we really have to be fast now. Okay, there we have it. Oh, that's it for the first time. Go for the second time. Going to start with the lower arm this time. Make sure that you erase all the lines, which are the middle part. Okay. So up upper half is finished. Let's go for the lower half. You just have to keep in mind, we want to be Sonic. Gotta be fast. For his shoe, we're going to only change the yellow part of his shoe. We're going to do the shoes later though. We're going to do them later. So I want the shoes to be bottom the layer. Oh, okay, I see what I did there. Might be clever to might be clever to let it stay like this. I usually draw a curve at the end of each leg part or arm part. So if you move the leg or arm in the animation later, you have this curve that moves with your animation, and it's harder to actually have parts that leave a gap in your animation, because there's always something underneath it, just smoother to animate. Okay. I've decided, because I've forgotten it, to make his lower part of his legs some brownish color. Actually, go for a different color here. I think this color is okay. Because if you do the same color for this whole color set, it's going to look too monotone. Now I can still change the color on the other side very fast. Okay, take a look at the whole character. Still have to remove the yellow from his shoes. Aside from this looks totally fine. If he could be farmer or a shepherd actually with this outfit. I could go also with the darker tone on his sleeves. Go for that. Now he wouldn't necessarily have different sleeve color, but I don't like how monotone he looks, and I only want to go for a slightly different sleeve color, not too much like this. You see, it just adds a little bit of dimension to his arms. Oh. Now go for his shoes. And I only want to edit the shoe color, and I have an idea. Want to go into the shoe color. And maybe try out. There's a nice option to change the color overall. Like, hey, how about black? But we use a special method. Go for 50%. Yeah. Add this to the other shoe too. And then apply both changes. We're still not done. We have to remove the yellow part. Let's go for that. Here, the yellow part. Fish it out with another color. Just a very strong gray. Then go for a very dark color here. Yeah. So, be careful with the microphone. Okay. Now for the other shoe. Okay, we're done. So this guy. Oh, we still have to do some work on his animations now. This guy is our farmer. Save this up, and let's take a look at what we changed. When we started, he was looking like this. Now it's looking like this. Like this is. You cannot tell that this is the same guy. I have to say this is a variation of where we started. We actually started. I don't know. We can't go back like this. Let me show in another example. Okay, we don't have enough memory space to do that. That's unfortunate. So I'm going to save him up. When did we save? We just saved. So because the memory space is full, I'm going to restart Adobe Photoshop. Hope we didn't lose anything. And to show where we started. Right? This is where we started. So I think we've done a good job to easily and fast make a new guy in maybe half an hour. Still have to do his mouth and eye animations now. What we're going to do is we will for his eyes only add his dead eyes. When he's dying, he's going to have two times an X on his eyes. And the second thing that we have to do is let me change the lighting a little bit. Okay. The second thing we have to do is he's a character that can talk. So we will have to add some mouth animations. And what I found out works best is for mouths in characters, you have to draw 6 mouths in total for the animation. Then it's going to look very convincing. I think 5 would also be possible, but at the beginning I was always going with 4. And with 4 you can see that there are frames. With 4 frames of animation, with mouth animations, you will easily be able to tell that this is an animation. It doesn't look convincing at all. So let's go for it. Open up the farmer again. And go for the last bit. And then we might be finished with our last character in the game. Because, yeah, the game is actually finished. We just need to make some adjustments to the game right now, because I have some problems with the game overall. The game structure. So there's not much to draw anymore. This might be one of the last drawings I will do for this game. And this is not bad news. Oh, nice. Get a group. Yeah, this is nice. We're going for animation. Add the dead eyes. Dead eyes are going to look very easy. Then we're going to add mouth animations. Make a new group. Mouths. So first we have to draw mouths for animation, and we also have to add a mouth for being dead. So let's start with the dead mouth. It looks fine for that guy. Now we're going to use this normal mouth sprites, and if you're going for 6 animations for his mouth, we want to start with his maximum open mouth first. So let's start with mouth 6. Okay, that's a pretty good mouth for talking. We'll move a little bit to the side. It's a little bit more centered. And yeah, nothing fancy at all. He has kind of a neutral speaking position for his mouth. A color for this mouth. Okay, now we're going to make more mouths. With each bit, his mouth is going to close one bit more. The hardest part about it is having in the layers when you have this pen in your hand. Wrong pen. Okay. We really have to be careful with him though, because we are going to reach the closed mouth maybe a little bit too soon. We don't want to move that much again. might be too much. I'll redo it. Sorry. Redrawing. Something's not right. I think I colored the wrong layer. Also save just to look if the memory is still be able to handle it. I'm able to handle it. If now for the last one. The last one we're going to use the original as a reference. Not copy that. Let's try to get this as a starting point. Oh, we're done. Character finished. Nice. So we finished the character now. We have mouths for devs and every kind of animation we want to set. And we're going to save this character now. And to work with this character and animate him, we still have to set him up for Unity. We're going to merge a lot of layers. A lot of these layers here. 5 lines, 5 color, they all have to merge into one single layer. And we're going to do this later, because when I'm going to do this, I will remove my drawing keyboard, drawing tablet, I think, because I'm finished with the character. I'm very pleased about everything, and I don't think that I need to keep up my drawing tablet. The disadvantage with the drawing tablet here is sitting on my desk right here, and it's just taking up a lot of space. It's taking up a lot of space when you're drawing keyboard, and I don't have any fancy desk setup that can handle that. Even though I have a very big desk for gaming and working, still not enough. I once had a second table set up next to me just for the drawing tablet, but the problem with that is I had my PC here at this position underneath me, and now I moved it over there. Now the cables are not long enough. I'll have to do with that. Cannot take. I don't have space at this side for a desk. Only thing, but what would really help is just buy longer cables. And kind of broke, like usual. Can't afford that. There's a lot of cables I would like to buy at the moment, and a lot of smaller stuff, but I need to wait a little bit. Now, even though I have a job and as a developer, even as an indie dev, when you have nothing to show and to live on, you need a job. There's nothing I wanted. You need a job as a developer, just to survive and finance at least your living expenses. But since I'm working 20 hours a week at the moment, it's often hard to just save up enough money for things I need to do with my apartment. So a lot of money just disappears immediately, which is kind of sad. So next thing we are going to do, we have created this friendly guy. We need to make images for our new skill that we have set up. So let's do this, and we have a really easy template for this. So we have this UI here. There's a skill tree which has a lot of skills, and we're going to open up a random skill now. And take one of the ones further back, and now we have two skills that you can choose from. Go into the test level. So we have scenes here. These are the scenes in the game. And now we have skill 01, which we can pick in the character script. 01 is basically a basic projectile attack. Yeah, this is your basic attack. We're going to, and we're also going to show skill 02 now. Oops, that was not the 02. That's it. This one is. Okay. Well, the second one is a double cast on a ray cast. First one is a basic blood magic attack, basic projectile. So let's first set up in Photoshop the template. Go for choice 1. And okay, there's a lot of layers. I need to look at the layers first. So this? Yeah, this is these are persons. This is arrowing. Where are the arrows? Okay, these are the arrows. Or it says main content. Okay. So what I've done here is to have a really easy way of showing what's going on, of selecting your skill. And but we don't want to take too much time to make this image, because also this image could change later. So we have to keep in mind, we have to be fast here. Don't waste too much time into making an image which will change later anyway. So what we're going to do is we have an image of your basic projectile attack. With an image of your basic projectile attack. I'm going to find it out now. I think this is it. No. Where is it? This is it? Okay, we cannot go with this. This is too generic. This is just if the player sees this. This is a projectile sprite. The player is not going to understand this. So let's look in the game. Why does it look different? Select 01. Let's see how it looks. Oh, this is a projectile in the game. How it looks. So okay, we cannot use this projectile alone and expect the player to understand that this is your attack. You only see a red projectile here, but you don't have any context to understand this with a single picture. So what we are going to do is we are going to scale it down again. This preview is a little bit messed up, sorry. Then we have these figures here. Let me see if we have a figure that we can use. There's a lot of templates here which we can use. Let me see if there's a template that is useful for us. Yep, this one, no. I don't think so. We have this with a black figure. Okay, I'm going to look into this quick skill tree right now. Look into the images. I think there should be. There must be. Here, if you open this one, there is a character looking to the side, but this is also the one that we need. Let's go through the skills. This is the one that we need. So skill 2-1. Yep. So skill 2-1. is actually very good for just reusing it for the skill. Let's forget this one. Not going to use it. This one is a much better starting point. So 001. We don't want to use our alt template. Not useful. Don't need an arrow. We can use an arrow. But we will draw one. And basically what this skill does is fast forward. So how we tell the player that this is a skill which is going to spawn an effect that flies forward. We draw an arrow on the projectile into one direction. Okay, we're done. That's as simple as this gets. This is projectile attack. Now let's scale down the projectile a bit. Okay. But not too much. You still want to understand this. Actually, this is fine. Center the arrow. Yep. And we're done. Already done. Now let's look into the PNG versions. Okay, I don't see the big they are, the sizes. 1,000 times 1,000. Which size do you have? 1,000. We don't have to compromise. We don't have to resize, sorry. And compromising is also nice, but maybe not. And now we have to move this projectile and explain the player his second ability, which is Waycast. So with this we cannot use this arrow here. And for this we have to go into the game and I'm going to do following. I'm going to move the character into this position and remove the background of the camera so we can key out the attack. So let's disable the background, and now we will have a nice blue background. We can use this to keyframe the parts of your attack and then add them later into the skill description image. See this? Have to do this. I have to pause at the right moment. The menu is going to help me. Maybe this is a good point. Yeah. Now I can disable the character. And now we have it. And copy parts of this. Can copy parts of this to then apply into the skill description image. Now this is a hit effect. We're not going to use this one. We can use these little effects. Going to use the snipping tool. Maybe a little bit bigger. And there we have it. Cheap, easy, and just put it into the default folder. We're done. Open it up in Soap. A little bit surprised that he's keyframing the red parts so hard. Just try it out. Okay, this looks acceptable. Okay, then here at this part there's going to be the explosion hit effect. At this part here there's going to be the cast effect. Right now we can't see the cast effect because it's attached to the player. And oh come on, did we really turn it off? Yeah, I think it's turned off. Okay, let's continue to play. He's not reacting anymore. I think I disabled something important. Let's try again. And now I'm not going to disable the character, but all the sprites. Okay. This eyes. There's this charging effect that we don't want to see. And now we have only the muzzle flash. Let's copy that. Okay, open up in Adobe. Use the same magic as before and hope that it works. It works. Beautiful. Put this into the back. Yeah. Okay, now we have to add the hit effect, and then we're done. Let's name this already skill 02. Okay, this is skill 02. So this, and spawn the hit effect. Could put an enemy at the end, but there's an easier way to do this. I'm going to go to the prefab. The hit effect. This is the miss effect. Not what we need. We need to edit the attack and just tell the effect instead of the miss effect. Here there's a miss effect. We're going to put in the hit effect. Now this is going to show us the hit effect. We don't have to put enemy at the end of the attack. You see? This is actually the hit effect. Yeah, I think we also have made a really nice frame that to capture. Like that, maybe with the game, because it looks different in the game. I love the UI. Oh, but I think I can zoom in. Oh, this is a tragedy. How do I do this? I can change the camera settings. Hey! But can you go to the right, please? Good. Now turn off the particle effects on the way, and now we have a nice look at the particle, how it looks in the game. And let's copy this. This is out. Save it. Set it up, and going to use this. Now this is a little bit tricky. So because this has blur effect, we cannot just use normal cutting out option that we used before. Not going to work. So let's Google how to keyframe in Adobe. Chroma key is it? Adobe Photoshop chroma key.
When you need to cut someone out from a background, we're going to go down to color range. And when you select this, you'll see this color range dialog box pops up. And when you up to select, and then we're going to go down to color range. And when you select this, you'll see this color range dialog box pops up. And you may see something like this where most of the image is dark. What you need to do then is select the background. Now you'll see by default when you open up the color range tool that you'll have an eyedropper. I know the backdrop is right here behind her, so I'm just going to click once there. And when I do that, you'll see that a lot of the image just turned white. Wherever it's white, that's selected. Wherever it's black, that's not selected. So wherever it's gray, it's partly selected, but not strongly. So what we need to do is try to make that entire green area white. So I clicked once here. Now if I just click again, it's just going to reselect. So we're going to be just clicking around and not accomplishing anything. To add to the selection, what you need to do is hold the Shift key in for each subsequent click after the first click. So we'll hold. It did select part of the bottom of this bag. That's because the bottom of the bag has a green cast on it, and I'll show you that once we get this selection taken care of. So we're gonna, this is probably the best we could do right here. This looks pretty good. You can see we even have a little gap between her shoe and her foot. So everything's pretty good. So we're just gonna click OK. And when you click OK, you'll come back and you'll see we have the background selected. Now we're clipping her out of the background actually. So what we need to do is we need to invert the selection so it's really selecting her. To do that, hold Shift Command I on a Mac, Shift Control I on a PC. And by the way, in the description below this video, I have a list of all the keyboard shortcuts.
Okay, we're done. So we don't need to watch the rest of the tutorial, because we're done here. Now with the hit effect, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. So it's clearly visible. So you're probably going to see this icon like in this size, and you're going to see like there's a guy shooting something, which is exactly what this skill does. Why can we make it a little bit clearer though? Oh, putting him a little bit back. Yeah, I think you will see this in this size at least. I think in the game it's more like this size, so you can really see what's going on there and try to identify something. And then when you click on this button, a video will show you the skill, and so you really see what you are selecting there. So the button is important to have some kind of resemblance with the skill that you are going to select. And it's the most important thing about it has to be to show the difference to this skill. This is where the main information comes from. So with this picture alone, you could not really see what's going on. You see, okay, it's an attack, I guess. The main information is not going to deliver through just this image. It's not enough. The main information comes from the difference to the second image. Then you have a description underneath it, and then you also have a video. So all of that combined give you a good idea what this skill does. Okay. So we have constructed our still images, which we will now import into the game. Also have our farmer boy, and this farmer we're going to that I will do this after I take out my drawing tablet, but I will do it now. So this farmer guy, I'm going to merge some layers which we don't need in Unity. So let's first save it under a new version, because if I mess up, I don't want more information to be lost. So which layers do I not need? I don't need the background. Don't need the background in Unity. Then every layer here, we have a shader, we have lines. We don't need that. Going to the reduces to one layer. Yeah. So now we have one layer for this. And somehow my mouse is going faster. I accidentally messed up with the sensibility. Sorry. So then we are going to merge every color and lines layer, because we don't need them to be separate layers in Unity. Then we are going to animate. And when we are going to animate the shoe, we're not going to animate just the lines like this. Then also animate the color. That's not what we want. I'm going to merge all these layers. So take my time to do this. Also, I need to set the language of Photoshop to English. Let me do it right now. Something that I really should do if I say I'm streaming in English. Should also use English settings. Yeah, there's no English plugin right now installed, so we got to stick with it. Rename all these layers because they are now not with lines. In Unity, they are going to be named after the layer, so you don't want to have the lines addition there. Something I tend to forget, admittedly. I'm thinking if maybe could reduce this thumb also. And let's just let it stay the thumb. I don't really care about it. Doesn't make a big difference if he has a thumb. Even though we don't need this thumb. And let's just add everything that is not his mouth or his eyes into one layer for his head. Call it head, because we don't need layers for his beard and eyebrows. Just merge all these layers into one head. I'm a little bit annoyed by the music right now. For another one. Just choosing some random YouTube coding musics. Not sure if I like them though. I would prefer if I could just use something like out of Mass Effect or The Witcher. But they're copyrighted and it's not always nice to have their bot to be muted later. So now we have our export version of the gunner. Oh no, not the gunner. Farmer. He's a farmer. He's a farmer guy. So, what do we else need for this guy? We need a dev post from the start. We've done this for Bandit. We need this for this guy from the start, a dev post. And the explanation is, when people are dying in this game, they're going to have one stiff animation, stiff frame, where they have the post, and then they die, where they are dying in. And then with this single sprite, they have an interaction with the shader component. The shader is going to make the body disappear. And it's much easier if you have one single sprite for that, and if you have different layers, because if you have different layers and they disappear, then you can see which layer is underneath, and it looks kind of janky. And with this way, we have an easy control over how the dev animation will look like, and it's going to fade out. Let's go for his dev mouth. Dev eyes, and give him a nice dev animation. Dev pose. It's pose now. So, when he's going to die, he's going to be stabbed from behind and fall down on his knees and lie on the ground. Let's do this. So his whole body will be turned. Going to lie on the ground. Like this. And body will be slightly tilted upwards. Maybe one hand falling down. Gripping his stomach in pain. His chest. His death will be he will get stabbed. Come on. Oh, let's not twist his hand. This will be a pain to animate later. Just going for a nice little twist there. Transform his lower arm again. Come on, update. Okay, no more memory left. We have to close. That's sad. That's sad. We have to close. Open up again. And start anew. The only thing that I could do now would have closed the game. Maybe don't have the game on play. That would help a lot. It would help a lot. Okay, set up his eyes and his mouth again to his death expression. So he's going to lean on his left arm a little bit. This head will be tilted down. He dead. Yeah. It's... Oh, we have still maybe animate his legs a little bit. Just have this leg come down a little bit. The other one is fully on the ground. But this leg look up. So he's uncontrolled. If this is a farmer death pose. And also make us white. What is going to be? That's a good question. How big is his sprite going to be? For that, I'm going to look into the gunner, who's using the same system and also has a death animation. I'm going to look into the dimensions of this sprite. Okay, the original size. So he's also using his original size. Normally I scale them down to 500 to 500. But it seems for if I need to do something like that. So, and then I need to save the head, the arms and legs in a different layer, in a different picture, because it's not possible with this, but with this guy. But there's a system for splatter effects where you can splatter corpses. Explosions from bombs can do this, and the corpse will splatter. So we're going to set up every limb into a different layer. Let's look like how they are named. Death head, death. Okay. So, death head. Then death right arm. Left arm. Left leg. Also seem to have messed up with the right arm. I think I made forgot to save or something. Don't see the right arm here. Right leg. And right arm. Okay, let's look into the artworks. Head, arms, legs. Full body, head, arms. Okay, I've finished. Now we have forgotten this last time. Going to do the same thing with the bandit. Oh, the bandit is also going to have a death pose. Let's set it up. First we are going to do his expression. And we don't have a deaf mouth. Maybe we need to fix that. We can just use one of the talking frames. Will be alright. And what do we want to use? I would say that one. That one. There's actually one of the frames for speaking. It still works with the deaf animation. If this as bandit bird. Pause. Let's just name it there, because it's a little bit easier to. So it will be a little bit easier to name the other files. So let's restart. So let's restart the Photoshop one time for to free some memory space. I want to get rid of spaces here though. And where did he save the bandit? I think he saved it under farmer. No? Let's open our Photoshop. Did I forget to save? Did I save it at some weird location? Okay. Where is this location though? Ooh, this is in the game. This is in the game. No, I don't want to edit the game files. Please. Can you show me the location? No? No, you can't. If I can find it. Yeah. Start again. I want to rename this file. I've done the rigging with this file name, but nah, it will be fine. Okay, let's start again. Getting rid of all the free spaces there. Don't like them. Okay, now the bandit is going to have a death animation. Death pose. And let's go for slightly tilted body. There we can see that his left leg is to be bent. Bend this. Then make a weird pose with his right leg. It's actually not a good layer to work with. I never fixed this in the export version, but not in this version of this character. So let's just mess around with this too much. Don't want to lose too much time. Okay, like this. And then make his arms all over the place. Maybe also tilt his head to the back. Henry though, because of his hood. You cannot do much with this head because of his hoodie. No, it's not working. So you could see his neck. So this is not a nice wig to work with. It's a very old wig, to be honest. Shouldn't even have worked with it from the beginning. But yeah, so lower arm. Right arm. Sorry. I'm yawning. Going like this or like this. I think like this is a good idea. Have to be a little bit creative how to work with a shadow right there. And now for his other arm. Left arm with a knife. Going to step himself. This looks like he's tripping. I think this is actually even looking better. You know, this looks disgusting. Just keep in this position and be done. So this is death pose. Save this. PNG. Now go for body parts. It also does not matter too much, then they might look a little bit clunky now, because in the game, when you meet this guy, he's not going to you won't have any ability that can actually splatter him. And there's no possible way you can splitter him at this point. If you come back in level 1, there's no ability that you can get. So this will pretty much just be for the code. So I have to give the code the arm and leg just for testing, maybe test him out, and don't have any. If I want to test certain abilities on him and he splitters, I don't want to have to bother every time that he's not having his arms legs set up, and the game will actually crash if I don't set up his arms and leg. Not in the build version, but in the editor version. Where do we start here? The arms are actually here named wrong. His right arm is this. Oh no, I renamed them. Right arm is really his right arm. Okay. Never mind. Okay, we're done. Close Photoshop. We have some memory space for better performance. And now, after 2.5 hours, we are done with drawing. So let's not cross out anything in the list right now, because we still have to implement them. Implement the drawings. We can go back to our original starting scene 1. Okay, and now I will before I change my setup, I will look at the character model in Unity of the armor. Let's make a new folder here under enemies. He's not an enemy, but we need to put him somewhere. We only have player and enemies, so he's going to be an enemy, even though he isn't. Could be also like player, non-player. So he's going to be a farmer. And import his images. So we're going to import the PNG. And we're going to import the export version. Good. let's look into the export version. Okay, looks alright. No problems here. Let's maybe create some bones and look if we can move his body parts. So start with the spine. Spine would be around here. Go for no back. Go for a select S. Here would his head be, and have a last head bone. Don't need too many bones. Then have some bones for his arms. For his legs and shoe. Or his feet. Some fancy people call it. Okay, apply this. Oh no, now we want to look at this geometry. Looks alright. We want to apply weights. Associate his bones, generate all. Now we can already start to animate him. Let's preview and see how it looks. See? Very, very good. Very good. Yeah. Still have some things to fix. Ooh, this looks nice. I don't do this though. We cannot move further than this normally. Anyway, have to fix this thumb. Very good. What's a good reach? Fix that. The shoes always mess up. Yeah. So apply. Restore his pose. And as we checked, the character is fully set up and ready to go. So before we start rigging, we have to we saw we have to fix a lot of things with this rigging, but it looked much better than our last rig. Our last rig we had to fix a lot of open spaces in the character where he just was not set up very well. It was hard to rig him. Now let's import every image that we have left in our folders and that we have set up to be in the game. So let's start with Bandit. Bandit still has his death animations not in the game, and one death animation missing. This is his whole body in the death animation. This is actually only his head. The head. Now we're going to create his whole body PNG. And now we can close. Okay. Select all these PNGs and add them into Unity. Good. And the next thing we are going to import is the UI images. Let me look where did we put all the other images. See them? The skill images. So let's import the new images. Good. These images, we can immediately import them. If here our information for skill 0, and we open this prefab, as an image for each skill, we set up these images. Now in every level, no matter where you are, these images will show up for your skill 0. So this is it. All these images are implemented, and we can cross out this task. This task is done. Okay, now we have to implement the bandit and the friendly guy. After that, we're going to write some dialogue, set up the new skill, and find a place for the old skill. This is actually doable. The hardest part is this part. We set up the bandit and the friendly guy, farmer. Wait, call him here farmer. Farmer gets killed by the bandit. Yeah. This will be a lot of work. Not the dialogue though. No, the dialogue, forget it. It's easy. Just type something like in school. 10 minutes, you're finished. Maybe 20 if you're thinking a lot. If you have something in your story that you need to be really carefully taken care of. That's it. Okay. So I will do a short break and clean up my setup. So right now I have this camera. I have the tablet here and I'm going to put it into my cupboard. So give me a short break. I'm also going to use other headphones. These are starting to hurt in my ears. So be right back. We set up the camera again. Wait a second. Oh, here we are. Okay. Yep. Sitting a little bit higher than usual. So let's see. Change artifact guard into bandit. Yes, we are going to rig the character that we just created, which is the farmer guy. Go to the farmer. Open the sprite sheet, and now let's continue rigging. So when we move this bone, we don't want the head to be tilted by other bones. Its beard is attached to some other bone. Let's fix this first. The bone influences. It's influenced by bone 6. Delete this. So post preview. See? Okay, this is good. Now his head is on. He's only using his head with this bone. Look up. Not going to look much further up than this. Look down. Okay. Let's fix this arm. This is fine. It's a little bit squished. Let's subtract this bone here. A bit faster, please. Okay. Good. Let's move it out little bit this position. Okay. And you're not going to see it anyways. And we have to a little bit here. Was too much. Move it out so it doesn't look janky. And now let's go for the hand. Hand looks... Actually, let's not go for the hand. It looks perfectly fine to me. Could maybe some bone influence. Yeah. Actually, this doesn't look too bad. This maybe lessens the amount this side goes up. Add more root bone influence. Okay, this is smooth. Subtract it from his neck. Neck is not supposed to move with his hand. On his clothes. Yeah. It's a little bit weird that the editor thinks this bone has to influence these bones. Can I maybe subtract? What do I subtract? Add and subtract. What do I subtract? I press Control and I subtract this bone. So this is not supposed to have any influence there. This is not supposed to have any influence there. We're finished. Go for the other side. Ooh, that's not supposed to be. Okay, you, sir, are not supposed to be pulling at the other side of his body. You should have no influence over this side of the body. Not at all. Good. Let's try again. Also, you're not supposed to pull his neck. This looks way more natural. Now you're supposed to pull it this side a little bit. Let's move it out. And this doesn't look smooth at all. Know what he's doing. Okay. I subtracted a lot of green influence here. This bone is supposed to influence this side actually. What are you doing? Maybe not that much. Come on, why can't you just be normal? Review? They need to take care of this. Shoulder now stretching in a weird way. Okay, review. Maybe edit the bone a bit. The bone to be a little bit more at the top. Oh. Here. Yeah, that looks better. Now only need to take care of this part. Where his back is looking awkward. Okay, go for the next part. Okay, when he's going down and up with this arm, upper arm is bending too much, so subtract bone influence. Only the lower part of the arm should be influenced. Actually, let's subtract him from this part. We are not going to do this. This is the maximum amount we are going to stretch in this part. Okay, now the next part is his hand. His thumb is using the wrong bone. So let's first add the other bone here. Granted bone influence. Delete the other bone. Now it's only influenced by this bone. Much better. Add a little bit of bone influence from this bone. Just at the lower part. Preview this. Yeah, that fits nicely. Good. Go for his legs. Looks very nice for a leg. I don't think we have to do anything here. And as long as we don't overstretch this leg like this, which is unrealistic pose anyway, we can always also like this lower leg. And we can let it be as it is. Don't have to do any editing there. Now let's edit the shoe. Main issue with the shoe is that this part of the shoe is influenced by this bone very strongly, and it's not realistic at all. Just let's subtract this bone from the shoe completely. We can move the whole shoe. Use the rake brush and add some influence. Let's preview this. There's pretty much a lot of jank there. Come on, smooth it out. Can you smooth this? Can you solve it? It won't. No, it won't solve it nicely. Automatically, it's just going to look worse and worse. Ooh, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, let's add this bone influence again, just to the top of it. What? There was an option to bone. How do I do this? If I remove the lower leg, because I'm too many times clicking on the wrong place, and deselecting the shoe, which is really annoying. No, it's invisibility. So I think it works as long as he's not going unrealistically into this pose. Maybe edit the bone a little bit. Put this a little bit further to the back. This one too. This might help a bit. It's looking fine if we don't overdo it. Okay, so let's go for the other leg. This is fine. Now we had a problem here, where his hip is looking a little bit too thick. Oh, let's try to fix this. We can add maybe some wet influence here. I think we have done it. Yep, fair enough. This is looking fine. Now for the shoe. Not looking fine. But we're used to that. Okay. Let's just look into the animation. This character is not going to be that important. Don't plan anything fancy with his shoes, so I think that's a good point to finish rigging him. Well, we rigged his character now, and I don't think we need any further work on him. Fine as he is. Now, some stretching, we can still edit it later if we find any janky animations that he's going to have. Some compromises you need to make when you're just working fast. But his main movements like this, just his normal bending and his normal reach, absolutely fine. Now, he's not going to look up there. Okay, so get out of this. And now we can insert the character into the game. So how do we do with that? A good question. We can look back into, we have a similar dude, the gunner, within the game. First we want to specify these two guys, the farmer and the bandit. They're going to be added around here in the game. So we can start editing the area where they are. The music is creeping me out at the moment. Let's switch the music. Okay. So bandit is going to stand here. Farmer is going to stand here. We need a lot of space here. We need to edit the tile palette, the tile set. What I'm going to do is select the ground, gray stone ground. Here we see the collider. I'm going to disable the collider, because if we edit the collider, every time we are going to make any change, it's going to regenerate the tile map. Even if we set the composite collider here to manual, which I actually did, but this is not enough. Every time we do something with the collider, it's going to do some background calculations, which are going to slow down our work in progress. So we're going to set this tile map collider to off, and then we can work without any loading while we are editing this tile set. It's going to take a whole lot longer. If every time we change something, there's going to be a break because it has to load anything. So, how much space do we need? First, it's important not to get fooled by how small the sky is. When we don't know how much space we need, we should always assume that we need a lot of space. So let's first just make sure that we have enough room. So like this, there's a character that could fit in here. Oh, and we have to take into consideration. I have to go back. We have to take into consideration we don't want the main character to jump over the bandit in this area. And we want this area here to be moved to this area to be accessible from both sides. So a lot of work to do. I will explain later why we have to do this. It's because a real complicated process now. But okay, this stone area here, we're going to remove it. Manual add some randomness to the ceiling. And we're done. Oh, we're not done. Now. Okay. We have enough space to move this area. That is a chalk ground. Just quick copy this and move it over. It has to be until this. Somewhere around here. Yeah, that's good space. Now you can access it from both sides. The bandit will run to the side the character is standing on and block the main character's entrance into this area. So if you're trying to get around and enter this area from another side, bandit will move with your character. And we are going to fill up this ground here. If this question mark here was a tutorial, is a tutorial zone, we're going to move this question mark to this area later. Yeah, I need to remove the background here. I need to edit the ceiling because the torch is now behind this stone. Can't have that. And this character is an old character and we are going to delete him. The bandit is going to use his functions. So this add artifact is what tutorial will be about. I move the tutorial zone here. Lightning here. Effect, and then there's two effects here. Which we need to move over. Good. Oh, need to, and we also need to edit the path here. There should be a way not to kill anybody who's blocking your path here. That's the most obvious choice for the character. And I actually know what I need to remove this ramp, because the character is supposed to bite the guy who's here. And this ramp is going to prevent the player who's just starting the game to nicely move into this area and bite the guy. So I need to remove this ramp here. Not going to work. Okay. Let's put the tutorial zone here. This is path. And then above this question mark there will be a path goes around underneath all of this. We want the player to see it though. And then come back up at the other side. So, but I don't want the player to see it, so make it so comes out here, this side. Okay. Now let's do this. So first let's add ceiling above this question mark, which is going to tell the player, oh, there's nothing there. At the part where he needs to crawl. One space in between. And then just fall. Let's maybe move this further. This. Okay, let's do the ceiling. And I want to have the player maybe have an ability to come back. It chooses this path. The other side, I don't want him to jump down here. So it would be nice if he would look down there and see, okay, if I jump down there, I don't see where this is ending. If he jumps down there, he has to go through. Come out at this side and then he can go back to the artifact. So if you just explore, you can come back to this artifact anyway. Okay. So you pretty much just fall down here. Don't see where it is going. Then you have to just deal with it. Go this pathway. Some randomness. Mesh. To the tie set. Sorry. Tie set, not the mesh. Okay. Any spaces left? I don't think so. I'm wrong. Immediately. Okay, now, do we have any spaces left? No, I don't think so. Okay, add some background. the chalk ground. Okay. So now we have to shrink our two guys here to that into their size. The gunner has size of 0.25. The same whatever will now apply to the farmer. Down he goes. And he's at normal size now. Now the bandit does not have a good reference, so we have to just estimate. Let's go for 1.5 maybe? No, 1.5 is too much. Too small. 2 looks like the right size. I think 2.15. Now I see he's roughly the same height as the other guys. So what's next? Next we are going to look at their mouths. For the mouths we do need to have some kind, and eyes we do have to add some control for the sprites. We have done this in the gunner already. Look at this. This is sprite library. In the sprite library you can see you can set up different parts of the body, and then they should change. But these are just the entries to pick up the body parts. Then I can just change the head like this. This is like a really easy way if you want to change his skin or something. It's also done for the main character. This is how the main character changes his skins. And in his particular part, there's 2 versions of him. One in the desert, one in castles, and the guy in the desert is going to be like Muslim, Janitsha look, and the other one is more like a Swiss guard, elite guy. This is the one you see right now. So let's do this for the bandit and farmer. These are just the animations right there. Let's add an IK solver, IK manager. No, that's not what we need. Manager. And the sprite library. Okay, and now he says he wants a sprite library asset. So let's make this. Just for the bandit. Sprite library asset. Bandit. Sprite asset. Okay. And we only need 2 categories because that's the only thing that can change with them: the head, the eyes. Okay. Now we're going to enter for the for the head, the mouth, the eyes. Now we're going to add the different sprites. So the bandit has 5 eye variations. That eyes. Eye 1, 2, eye 2, eye 3, eye 4. Okay, now go for the mouth. And how many mouths does he have? 6. Does not have a deaf mouth. So he has 6 mouths. So let's drag and drop. So now before we apply this to the farmer, let's try it out. So export farmer. 6 mouths here. I think we cannot remove them. Yeah, we cannot remove all the mouths. We can disable them. For the bandit, yeah, we actually want to edit right now. Can we change the name though? Yeah, we can. So we're going to disable all these game objects. And unpack. And if we unpack this, then we can actually delete these layers. Might be better to unpack this. But I don't want it. We don't need it. We don't need it. So sprite. So let's add the asset here. Okay. Now to use these sprites, we need to add another component to the eyes and the mouth. These are sprite resolvers. If you change the sprite resolver, you can see that we can now animate his eyes. We will do the same thing for the mouth. So we now can let him talk only with these sprites. Okay. And we're actually done. We've set up everything for the animation. The next thing that we can do with this character. We can now do the same thing with the farmer. Farmer is also going to get a sprite asset. Two categories: the eyes and the mouth. And he only has 2 eyes this time. It's dead eyes and his alive eyes. Let's name them dead eyes, alive eyes. To give him a nice descriptive name. And he has 7 mouths. This is death mouth. And then he has all his other mouths. Let me check something. I'm a little bit confused how Unity sorts these mouths actually. Because it's moving at random. Here's his sprites, and here is I think this is PNG. He's sorting like PNG, sprite, PNG, like seemingly at random. What's first, second? Makes it a little bit harder to drag and drop. Okay, now that doesn't matter. I want to set up these mouths. Let's give them a name. Mouth, then mouth 1 to 6. Done. Time. Now the farmer also has this normal mouth. And you can talk with, and you can die with it. He's happy about that. Now his eyes. We can also seemingly exchange his eye animation. Let's see what else the gunner has. This peasant here, I'm going to delete him right now, I think. He doesn't have anything special. No, he doesn't have anything special going on. So let's go for the gunner. Because again, the gunner is essentially the same, but the gunner uses the same animation technique as these two do. The peasant that was just there recently, he used a sprite sheet animation method. So since this makes a big difference, I'm going to work with Gunner now. So let's make two game objects. Let's drag all these units here, those two, to the bottom. And make new game objects. There's a farmer. And then we have the bandit. Okay. And their sprites are going to be inside of this object. This is going to control the real object. Something's not right. Why does he not have bone? But last time we did set it up. Don't tell me the information is lost. Oh no. Oh no. That's bad. So he doesn't have bones. Yeah, I remember when I said, I changed the name of this script, of this file. I should have done it inside of Unity. See if we still have the meta information. No. The meta information seems to be gone. So we have to rig this character again, which actually makes stream go way too long. Maybe if we hurry up. And make him be better than last time. Yes, it will be great. Gonna be a whole lot of fun. Now I will have to fix every mouth now. Because the mouths currently use a wrong bone. Okay, much better. Ooh, what fun! Yeah, I remember last day how hard it was to break this character. Now I can do it again. I would have said it will be fine when I change the name of the file. And that's what I get. Okay, the right side looks alright. I'm not going to move his head much anyway, so this will be sufficient. This has to do. Okay. The right arm. Looks okay. And his hand. Okay, the side. That's not okay. Okay, let's move this a little bit out. I think the animation will be better. It's not moving, so let's go and shrink, sorry. Well, let's see. Yeah, this looks okay. This looks alright. Go. To fix this part, his thumb now not clearly visible. Okay. Efficient. Now for his legs. It looks alright for us. Hip. Now let's go on the other leg first. Now we have this huge black gap opening up between his legs. This is not good. This also cannot stand. For this we are going to add bone influence from his main body. Hopefully this will fix this weird behavior. See, the leg is now pulled to the side. When I stretch it, it stays attached to the main body. It's a little bit weird when I push it like this, because now it folds into itself, which is not right. We're going to make it to use a smooth tool here. This kind of folding is alright, because naturally your clothes would maybe fold a little bit like this. Thing is, you don't see a gap between his lines. This is alright. Fix this way faster than yesterday. Go a little bit less here. And also add a little bit of green influence, so it will be drawn to the side. Or this leg can also be pulled to the other side a little bit. Now the gap between his legs would not be visible again. No gap. No gap. Okay. Good. Super. So we fixes his legs already. Let's fix this. This is also an easy fix. Just subtract the bone influence from this gum bone, from the upper leg. So the upper leg now has. That was weird. Upper leg has too much bone influence from this bone, and now we add a little bit right at the end of the leg. So you see, as there's something moving, it has an influence. On the other side, this needs to stay attached to your upper part. This review. It's okay. And now go for the shoe. When you're in a shoe, you can't bend like this. Right? Your down part is always going to stay in one big chunk. It's just the part here at the heel is going to be a little bit influenced. Smooth doesn't seem to work very well, this situation. Let's just try it on the heel. Let's move out this part so it does not look terrible. Okay, let's preview. Yeah, okay, that's as far as we can go. And go for the last leg. Ooh, okay, that's not alright at all. To subtract any bone influence from the blue bone, upper black. Do that. Don't know what the automatic bone influence was thinking. Not great. So I want the lower leg to be attached to his upper leg all the time. It should go. And now this for the shoe. Just make sure the shoe is always attached to the lower leg. Let's review. That's good. I'm going to smooth this out. And apply. Okay, now let's see if it automatically does its bone to the game. Yes, now we have these bones in the game. Nice. Also have set up animations for the mouth. Let's save immediately. We don't have to rig these characters ever again. Not what I enjoy to do. I enjoy it a little bit. It's not hard work, it's artistic, nice work. Let's be honest, rigging is not something that would kill you if you had to do that all day. Now we need to add solvers for their hands and legs. What are solvers and what do they do? IK solvers, we have on the car, we have an IK manager. You can see that they have resolvers for each limb. What they do is they make it easier They make it easier to animate by helping you with just reaching some points in your animation. Here you can see the arm will only always try to reach this point. So if you want to grab something, and it is here, you don't have to animate each bone rotation. Just grab that resolver and grab that item. So I think this animation right here is not done too well. And that doesn't look too good. Ooh. When I was animating back then, I had it in my head much better. Maybe the updates that I did with Unity also messed up with the animation there. So we're going to start again with our guys. The farmer is first. We add solver. Let's see what we did use on the gunner. These are limb solver. These are limb solvers. So let's also use limb solvers. You see now there's a new game object. We will name this right arm solver 3. Okay. So what we have to do here is we have to find his right arm here. This is bone 10. This is the end of the right arm, and give it to the solver. Now you immediately see that he picks up these through position. And early, can't we say length of the chain? No, but we can now create a target. You always try to reach this target. Now we have one problem. That is the rotation of his elbow is in the wrong direction. This is why this hand looks messed up. What happens if we say flip? No. Not going to help us. I think his elbow is in this position because his default elbow is slightly turned to the wrong side. Let's change this in the character sheet. But it doesn't. This is clearly done right. I can only edit the bones a little bit more so it's more clear where each bone is supposed to end. With the preview of this, it's okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Fly. And now solver will not automatically update. Let's just delete this solver and make a new one. So, bone 10. No. He really messed up with his bone rotation. Oh, restore default pose. It's also not working. Okay, let's revert his pose and then add a limb resolver, add the bone, and create a target. It's always going to... Oh. And it just makes the elbow wrong. This is messed up. Now he's using his elbow like he's supposed to. Okay. This is right arm solver to the... So unfortunately, sometimes these solvers don't work as they are supposed to be. It's quite annoying. Target. Next one. Of his left arm. And it immediately works. Nice. It just works. Oh, we can actually rotate the hand like this. Interesting. So this is how we are supposed to rotate the hand. Now let's add some servers for both his legs. So leg number 1. His right leg. Okay, this worked fine. Yep. And his left leg. Yep, that's working. We can animate with that. Very nice. Okay. And now this character is ready to be animated. That's all we need for animations. Now let's go for the bandit. First trick is arms. Oh no. Looks like his elbow is snapped. Yeah, his elbow snapped. That's not good. What we need to do now is reverse all this. Ooh. Yeah, we need to go into the character. This piece B data. Open it in the sprite editor. This elbow is right, but this hand, I think it's going a little bit more to this direction in degrees than into this direction, and this is why it's messed up. Let's edit his bones. Here where the elbow would be, and let's edit his hand bone so it goes a little bit to the right, and hopefully the IK solver, the limb solver, will now recognize the elbow is supposed to go into an arc. Ooh, it does not look right. Oh. But when I move this... Well, I move the solver, not the bone. No, that's not right. Can I... What if I use flip? No, it's right. Okay, I can flip it. Yeah. Okay. Thankfully, there's a solution. I should just use flip next time, instead of trying to edit it. Okay, now for the last solvers. Yeah, that's all right. It's all right. And his last leg. And then we are finished with rigging. Okay, we're done. Nice. Save this. We're done with the rigging and ready to go into animation, which is nice. So what do we want to add next? Next we want these characters to have real bodies. So the guy, let's see what he has. He has a box collider. There's a rigid body, which is going to determine his gravity values, his velocity, or interacts with his physics environment. His stats is his own script for his movement actions. He has an death sequence, which is why we need all this information about where his head is, and his arms and his legs, so he can splatter correctly. He has an animator and a shadow cast. So there's a lot. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take every component and just drag and copy it over. As you can see, the box collider somehow not displaying. There's the box collider. Okay, have to take care of that later. First, let's just copy all the components. So they both are not going to have much health, since they are level 1 enemies and they are not going to do much damage. He has his own script, and they have a sequence, death sequence. We are going to set it up today. An animator, which has now the gunner animations, which are not correct. And we have shadowcast. Ah, I see what happened. So the problem that we have now is these characters are actually over here. Because they are there attached to the parent object. Oh, let's put them back. So now their positioning is correct. I feel like this hitbox is not correct though. Yeah, that is not the correct boundaries. Let's resize them. It's good. Has the same values for the bandit. Yeah, that looks much better. Okay, now the shadow. Not a good shadow. Okay, that's a good shadow. Going to copy that and paste it into the bandit. The values. No, it's not adding its values. The component paste values. Oh, it did. Okay. Now we have set up the shadow caster. This is for 2D lights, so that they will cast a shadow when they're coming in contact with the torch. They are rigged. They have a box collider. They have stats. Their limbs are not set up. Okay, now let's do that. We have prefabs for limbs. We have to respect when the enemies die, they can explode. Here they come in contact with a bomb or something. And for that we have different limbs set up. Let's take out one of those limbs. And use it as a template for our limbs we have to make now. So let's just unpack this. Name this bandit depth. This is our head. Well, it's slightly too big. This would be his wheel size. Now we have to adjust his box collider. And Shadowcaster. Don't go overboard with this. Shadowcasters are expensive. Okay. Now let's put this head next to his real head. Let's see if they match in size. They do. Okay, that's good. Now we can use this as a template for all of his limbs. Now, what do we have? We have right arm, right leg, left leg. Let's rename these. and change their sprites. I'm also going to immediately just change the box collider.
I see nothing less than the speedy evolution of a new indigenous religion. A new indigenous religion.
So I'm very rough with the shadow caster right now because it's not that important. When the limbs fly around, it's okay when they're they're supposed to cast a short shadow, but not more than that. You just barely notice them. And after I'm finished with doing all the work for the legs, I think I'm going to go to bed. Even though I wanted to do everything today, I think it's just too much. 3 a.m. and I'm just feeling how my voice is going to fade out. It's becoming too weak. Because I'm feeling that I'm going tired. And for the next part, we have to think very carefully. So I can't have that. So I'm going to set these up as new prefabs now. Now delete them, because I don't need them anymore. The bandit is going to have a reference to them. Okay, now we have this inside of the step sequence head, right arm, right leg, left leg. And when he splatters, those body parts will just fly apart, and then they will evaporate. So this is why they are there. Going to save again. Unpack this prefab completely. And now this is going to be prefab for the farmer. Oh, let's look for the farmer ad. There it is. This is the farmer dev ad. So where do we put it? I have to say, I really feel my voice is super weak today. It's been a long time since my voice was this weak. Normally I have a way stronger voice than this. Okay, Armor Defet. So let's make 4 more limbs. Are going to be right arm, left arm, right leg, and this leg left. Okay, now we will make prefabs of them. We can delete them. Don't need these any longer. And the oh, okay. Yes, still shadow casters are not right. Sorry. Okay, did you take care of that before we can delete them? Forgotten to set up the shadows. Okay, now we should be alright. Yep, that looks alright. We can now remove them. Applied every change to the prefabs. And the farmer now needs a reference to the prefabs. So what we are going to do, we can actually just drag them out of the prefab folder. I don't want to edit scripts right now. Sorry, I opened it accidentally. Right arm, left leg. So these look correct now. What's missing is sound effect. When they die, they usually spawn a sound effect, which has its benefits. Fits in that it's own game object, because then if the character gets destroyed, the sound will not disappear, stop suddenly. You can match scripts to the sound, and I can spawn them in a generic function. So this is the only thing that's missing in this human death frequency. We will do this after recordings. And they don't have an animation script yet. And both of them need I think at least the bandit needs a unique script to control his behavior, so let's add it. Already has a script, the bandit control, but the script is empty. So what's also missing is animations. Let's at least set up an animation controller. The animation controller, then hold the animation info for which clip is currently playing and which clip is going to be played next. So, animation controller, and it control. Okay. Takes the same name, make it also for farmer. And apply it to those two. Okay, and the last thing we are going to do today is we are going to set them up as prefabs. The whole bandit and farmer going to be prefabs. So in this list you see enemy, every enemy type. Each of these boxes is a different enemy. Some are displayed in the preview, some are not. I'm not sure why the soldier or the witch is not displayed, but as a preview, every box here is an enemy. So let's add those two now. Okay, and now we could actually even delete them, and we would still have access to them later. But since they are going to remain in the scene, Let's just look at the gunner, if the gunner has anything special. We haven't added to them yet. I think it's this done. Here's an extra game object for sounds and sensors. No, do we need that? At least for the bandit. Bandit needs that. Let's add to game object sounds and edit his prefab inside of the prefab folder. Prefab preview. Okay. Sounds and sensors. Okay, and we are going to fill those up later. We can fill up the sensors. He's not going to have many sensors, as maybe one sensor he needs. Okay, this is one attack sensor. This front attack sensor will be here at this point. Give it some kind of display. Red? No, red is something I use for spawns a lot. So blue. Blue is mostly when I do something for attacks. Yeah. This is where he's going to detect there's a player, then attack him with your knife. The player is still where your knife is. After you've displayed your animation, then you will do your attack damage, which is not going to be much, but it is going to be done. So now, finally, we are finished. So it's going to be next time. Now to remove the gunner. Next time, we're going to animate those two. There will be a lot of fun next time because we are going into the animations, we're going into dialogue, and we are going to record dialogue finally. And then we are going to place skill 0 instead of this artifact. So next time, Farmer is going to have a scene. Here it simply gets killed by the bandit. And the bandit will then guard the artifact. Be the first guy that the player will have to kill. So tune in next time if you want to see that. And if not, or if you're just in the stream, hanging around or watching the VOD, thank you. Thank you a lot. Goodbye.